Welcome back to Extra Frame for the third round of winners bracket matches at the 2016 United States Bowling Congress Queens. I'm Aaron Smith alongside Emil Williams Jr., Matt Cannizzaro, and Jason Thomas. We are at the Orleans Bowling Center in Las Vegas, Nevada. Thanks for tuning in and joining us here. We have matches going throughout the house, but our feature matches include, there we go. Right now on lanes 29 and 30, our top seed, Birgit Poplar from Germany, taking on Katie Sutphin. As Katie takes care of the single pin. Other match going on. Brenda Padilla was looking at a 7-10. Wasn't pocket, but went through the nose. Worst case scenario out of it. She'll be taking on Bernice Lim. Bernice from Singapore qualified 31st overall. Padilla 50th. Be sure to visit bowl.com/Queens or pwba.com for your opportunity to see more information about the event, including the bracket. I'm looking at it myself right now. I'll let you know who's still alive in the winner's bracket, some of the other matches going on, and how our featured competitors got here. For this match between Padilla and Lim, Brenda first knocked off Hall of Famer Leanne Holsenberg 629 to 621 in the opening round, and then she struck a lot. 772 to 589 over Sweden's Victoria Johansson. For Lim, she started off with a narrow victory over Jennifer Higgins 666 to 657. Got lined up in round two, 742 to 649 over Siswani Sahar from Malaysia. Take a look at Bernice's third frame here. Three for three to start. Trip of the 9 for Birgit. 3 in a row to start for her. This is the second time we've seen her today. In the first round, scare for the top seed as she narrowly escaped Josie Ernest, 641 to 629. She then defeated Missy Parkin at 648 to 617. So not the dominant performance that we've seen out of her through qualifying, but is still getting the job done with W's. Trip 4 for Katie Sutphin. She was 49th in the field overall. Defeated Christina Wendell 631 to 611 in the opening round, and then edged out Hall of Famer Tish Johnson 580 to 565. Brenda's first shot went through the nose here. Ended up leaving a 7-10. We'll see the adjustment. Has to hustle. Not rolling the 2. And the 4-10 for Katie. Other winners matches going on at the moment. Weifan Nu from Singapore taking on Rocio Restrepo. We saw Rocio last round knock off defending champion Liz Johnson 675 to 643. A battle of Team USA members Kelly Kulik and Stephanie Johnson. That's over on 37 and 38. You can check out the live scoring as well. We'll get you all those lane pairings just in case. The Wifenu Restrepo match 11 and 12. The other match on the side of the bracket, Sydney Brummett taking on Sandra Anderson on lanes 21 and 22. Going over to the other side, Sweden's Jenny Wegner is taking on Robin Renslow. Amanda Green taking on Sin Lee Jan. And Diana Zavilova taking on Natasha Roseland of Malaysia. That one on 13 and 14. The Green Sin match 17 and 18. Wegner Renslow 33 and 34. Liked it off her hand. Taking it down to a knee, or almost. That's when you know you're throwing it good. And 5 in a row. First miss for Birgit. Through the nose leaves the 3-6. We also have some elimination matches going on at the moment. Here's Padilla, frame number 5. And comes in light once again, and another 2-pin. That one gets back, mixes him up, striking the 6th for Padilla. That one right off her hand. Just a 2-pin. Lim with the spare in frame 6. Off to a big lead here in the early going. 52 pins. Padilla can cut it to 42 with a strike in the 7th. Messenger not going to get there, so another spare opportunity. Back-to-back shots that have run high for Birgit. But still with the early advantage. Let's welcome back to the booth the man, the myth, the legend himself, Emil Williams Jr. Had a quick break, had some lunch. You ready for some more matches here?
Absolutely. Somebody will, or actually not someone, a couple people will leave today. They will get to leave the bowling center and they will be undefeated. Some of our contenders will continue to bowl and try to stave off elimination.
The winners in this round, they're done for the day. And then they're just 2 wins away after that from earning a spot on the TV show. So we'll have a total of 8 players undefeated when it's all said and done. Doesn't mean we're done here on Extra Frame. We're still going to have some of the elimination matches as the field continues to get trimmed down from the 64 that we started with. Some players already eliminated from the event. We'll go through some of those matches as well taking place at the moment. In the elimination bracket, Carolyn Dorn-Ballard defeated Josie Ernest in the last round. She's taking on Shannon Pluhowski. Cassandra Lutholtz still in the elimination bracket, taking on Kristen Kwa. The second name I'm mentioning is they won their first match and then they lost. So that's so the first name has won a match in the elimination bracket already. Second name lost in the first round, and then won in the elimination bracket. Stephanie Schwartz taking on Tanya Rumpiper. FIFA Hamidi taking on Clara Guerrero. Verdi Crawley versus Danielle McCune. We'll talk about her match in a little bit. Laura Plazas taking on Victoria Johansson. Aaron McCarthy taking on Joey Yo. Katie Ann Soap Schroeder taking on Sezwani Sahar. Linda Barnes and Tish Johnson facing off in a battle of Hall of Famers. Caitlin Simpson versus C.D. Rahman. And Holly Ann Johansson. Oh, wait, there's more. I lied. It's not the final one. Holly Ann's taking on Missy Parkin. Brittany Smith taking on Liz Johnson. So for the defending champion, she has a ways to go. Mariana Ayala taking on Emily Fagan, Jennifer Higgins, and Dasha Kovalova, Kelly Callahan, Lindsay Boomershine. And finally, battle of left-handers, Sherry Tan and Katie Garcia. Messenger doesn't get the 10 for Birgit. But still on cruise control here in the early going. Made the adjustment in the 7th frame. Back in the pocket in the 8th after going through the face in frames 5 and 6. But the spare still holds the advantage. Up 32 in the early going. They did recondition the lanes during the break. So back on the 40-foot fresh that they saw in the opening round this morning. Padilla kicks out the 10. Still get the 206 this game, but she is going to be finding herself trailing after one. Katie Sutphin can get to 215 still. And trouble in the 9th. 4 through the nose. Loses some count. Definitely not an easy spare.
Katie, another young and talented player that is on tour now. Former collegiate bowler as well at University of Central Florida. Trying to stay undefeated, and in the same sentence, same breath, knock off the top seed, potentially sending her to the contenders bracket or the elimination bracket. But Birgit, so far it's she's come to play today, no doubt about that.
Not messing around. Now, Emil, I've seen a lot of things in bowling centers throughout the year, throughout competitions, and as Bernice Lim waits for her opportunity to bowl in the 10th, she's playing with a Rubik's Cube. Apparently it's working so far. I'm not gonna knock the process because it's working.
And sometimes in bowling that we think we've seen just about everything, but everybody's process is different.
Absolutely, and what you gotta do in between shots to kind of keep your cool, keep your edge. Gotta do what you gotta do.
It's probably pretty smart too.
I found the quickest way to get that done is just take the stickers off and then replace them. That other way for the birds. Big finish here for Brenda Padilla. Making a move right, it looks. Getting into a zone where she can have a little bit of room each way. 205. Pocket 710 for Sutphin in the 10th. She's going to have a big deficit now after one. Just a matter of what the number is. That'll save her 20 pins. Lim thinking 250s. Already has 240s. Poplar can still get to 227. That's more than 60 pin advantage heading into game 2. Big time opening game from Bernice Lim. .227, 165. Birgit Poplar from Germany, our top seed. Building some cushion against Katie Sutphin. Another winners bracket match to our left. Sandra Anderson up 218 to 174 over collegiate standout Sydney Brummett. So what's Katie Sutphin got here in game 2? Looks like a ball change to start. And she left the 710. She did try something different on. Didn't go for the pin. Tried something to see for a different look, and in that case, I would sacrifice the pin. So, hopes of finding something. So, good strategy there. We'll see how it plays out here at the 2016 Queens. All right, we had a ball return on 25 and 26, so get the final shot here in a moment. .52 pin lead, Bernice Lim over Brenda Padilla.
Very nice opening game for Lim. Again, following that mantra of if you can get off to a great start, it's generally a good thing for you throughout the entire 3-game match. You have pins to work with, barring any situation where things begin to go south.
Yeah, that's always nice to have in the back pocket. It's, those things happen. We saw it in her very first match here, where she got off to a very strong start, and then ball reaction started acting up on her, and when it got down to the very end of it, she actually had an opportunity to lose that opening match. Josie Ernest unable to connect in the 9th and 10th, however. And Birgit still hanging around in the winner's bracket. That one got away from her. Bernice has some ball reaction right now. I like it.
31st seed. She was the 31st qualifier after 15 games. Average of 218.47, total 32.77. Also from Singapore. Well aware of what Team Singapore is about and what they can do. Now the members now kind of shining here at the Queens.
That's true. We've had one or two players kind of showcase their stuff, make a few shows throughout the year, whether it's at a major event. Of course, some of the Team USA stuff on Bowl TV and international competition. But yes, new members of the team strutting their stuff here at the 2016 Queens. And if you're Brenda and you see that kind of ball reaction from your opponent, you got to buckle down and know it's striking time. Both players in the right part of the lane, making big time shots. I think that might have been a ball change for Birgit. Leaves just a 10, but still searching. Katie Sutphin finding a double. Big thanks to our gold industry partners, Columbia 300, Hammer, Kegel, and Storm. You see their logos up there, not only in the corner of the video screen, but across the center. Get to see the big Kegel and Storm logos here. Edge of the Hammer one over there. I promised the Columbia 300 one is over on 17 and 18. And of course at the bottom, underneath the USBC Queens logo here on our featured pair. Big thanks to them for their continued support. Great events like this, nearly a 4-9. Fortunate just to leave the 9-pin in the back.
Great shot there to kind of get back on track, if you will, from Birgit. I'm like seeing 10 back. See if Katie can develop some momentum.
Uh-oh.
Single pin miss there. 9-pin for Lim.
That's a good ball change, good choice. Having the opportunity to essentially get an extra shot when she left the 7-10, so turned a rough break into good information and can gain a little ground here. See if Brenda can do the same after the miscue from Lim. Hit some thin, 4 in a row.
Yeah, sometimes you need some good breaks. Where they're right into that mixed zone. They get all 10 to fall. Stuff in there, maybe a hair slow. A little low. So just a tiny amount of pressure on Big Good, just enough to know that she's still got to make good shots.
Leaves the 10 in frame number 5, but slowly cutting away into the lead with the conversion. Gained back 12 total. And no problem.
Nice looking spare ball.
Have to agree. It actually caught me off guard the first time I saw her throw it.
That looks like
Since it didn't necessarily look like one of the balls represented by her company, so caught me off guard, and I'm like, hey, how about that?
looks like sherbet.
We just had lunch.
If you're thinking about what I'm saying, of course. Nice bounce back there from Lim.
You're thinking about dessert, aren't you?
I am thinking about dessert.
All right, I knew it. I knew that pizza wouldn't hold you over.
It's a long day here. Man's got to get good and bad nourishment.
So again, if you're interested in seeing live scoring throughout the entire house here at the Orleans, or want to see the bracket, be sure to visit pwba.com or bowl.com/Queens. Find information there, and of course you're on Extra Frame here, seeing great shots like that from Bernice Lim. Birgit went through the nose in the 5th frame, left just a 6-pin. Once again, leaving the 3-6.
Yeah, this pair is starting to look like it's a little tricky. Some hook spots. Down lane now, players need to navigate.
Sutphin still gained 18 pins. So we'll see her in the 6th frame. Looking to add another 10 onto that. Kicks the 10 out, striking the 6th. Trying to edge her way back in for game number 3. Great shot there from Brenda. Delivering the goods in the 7th. Good shot from Katie, rings the 10. Sends that 6 flying around. But to no avail for the double.
Very good shot. All she can do is make the spare, keep making the shots to get it there. It's like Bernice. Got a really good look. Really good look. Ball reaction is phenomenal at this point.
It's been impressive to watch. I have to admit, didn't really get the opportunity to watch her very much during qualifying. So, yeah, very, very simple. Keeping it in play. But yeah, I would be pretty excited about having this ball reaction right now. Because I never have ball reaction. So, just any would be good, but she's making a lot of good shots. Just, ooh, wow, that was a good one. Okay, just a tad in, pushed a little bit. Still having a hard time believing we have a game through 7 frames where Birgit Poplar only has 1 strike. But did enough in the first game. So where she can afford to kind of fight through these troubles and get back on line. Let's see if Brenda can make it a double of her own. Did not like that one, and rightfully so, through the nose 6-10. So Brenda only able to gain 2 pins so far. She's bowling a great game, but Bernice Lim matching the effort. The 1 miscue on the single pin. Other than that, all over the pocket. No love on the 10.
Yeah, on the other side, Katie is throwing really good shots this game. Made a good ball change while trying to capitalize while Birgit is not striking. Of course, she's filling frames and doing a little searching of her own, but right now Katie only gaining a few pins because she can't put the strings together.
That one right off her hand. And miscue in frame 8. Some frustration there. Bounces back with a good shot, but no, she let an opportunity get away there. Bernice in a position where she doesn't necessarily have to strike with Brenda. She can just keep pace. Up 52 after one game. There's a double. First one of the game.
That's a big one there.
Sometimes just seeing after a stretch like that where just not seeing the pins fall, just a double sometimes is enough to get it back in that right state of mind. And it's a little bit high to kick off the 10th though. No trouble. 4-pin. And the first sign of trouble. 6, 7, 10.
That one was left target. We're going to face. So she'll try to bring the count. Get a couple here. Of course, Brenda will want to, if she can, at least a double in the 10th to get into the 230s. And gain 20 plus pins back.
And all of a sudden that definitely makes it a completely different ball game. You lose 20, toss a strike in the first, don't strike in the second. That's 20 pins off the score right there.
It's another key 10th frame coming up on the other side for Katie. We'll take you there momentarily.
Yeah, she can still get to 210, and that would be 18 pins in the right direction for her. Once again, just wanting to put yourself within range that last game. You don't have to make it all up at once. But you don't want to have to make up 50, 60 in a single game. Big strike there to kick things off. Here's Katie's first shot. Putting that 10-pin miss behind her. 435 to 360. Sandra Anderson over Sydney Brummett through 2. 75 pin difference there. Big time double. Additional big time double. Are these doubles for everybody?
Well, I mean, and that's really key for Katie. You know, again, bypassing that miss in the 8th frame.
She's gonna try something different here. Looks like on the fill. We'll go to Brenda as Katie gets ready to see what she may need to go to. Gain 26 with a strike. Does so. 237. Nice game, Brenda. Now down 26.
Katie obviously would have loved a little more. But she feels she left some out there with some good shots. Pins didn't cooperate, had some errors, but she's well within distance, striking distance. Should Burgett make some mistakes or come out slow in this game.
44 pin difference there. 26 pin difference here.
And really, certainly, same can be said, if not greater, for Bernice Lim, because she looked like she was just rolling through. Reaction was essentially spotless. Missed a single pin in the early portion of the game. And then just a 2-pin difference, really, kind of pacing along with Brenda Padilla. Then the split in the 10th frame. Brenda counters with 3 and the 10th and gains 26 pins. That's what happens in 3-game matches.
Fortunate break there to get the 10 out. Just got that one right quickly and not going to have that bounce back, at least on the fresh. When it burns up a little bit, might be able to get it to at least scoot back and get to the head pin. Might leave a weak 10 or 2, but Amanda Green is going to hold the advantage heading into the final game against Lee Jane-Sin as they finish up game 2. Good match brewing between Rocio Restrepo and Jenny Wegner. Over on 33 and 34. 24 pin lead for Restrepo heading in, but she went first 3 with a split in the 4th. She's got 82. Wegner with 4 in a row to start. Stephanie Johnson with the 464 to 408 advantage over Kelly Kulik after 2. Diana Zavilova not finding the ball reaction she had earlier today when she pretty much averaged 250. Gonna find herself down after 2 games to Natasha Roslin. Bernice getting to the pocket, leaves the 10 pin in the 2nd. Birgit looking to bounce back after not converting the 2-8. Delivers the strike. Excuse me, an update on another match. It's Robin Renslow versus Jenny Wegner, not Rocio Restrepo. So many R's. So where is Rocio Restrepo then?
I was just thinking the same thing. I think she's on 13 and 14. No, maybe not. Maybe 9 and 10.
It's not 9 and 10 either.
11 and 12.
11 and 12. There we go. All right. Weefin New and Rocio. New 478. Restrepo 433. Early open in game 3 from New. Restrepo started with a pair of spares and then a double in the 3rd and 4th. Be sure to check out the official Professional Women's Bowling Association PWBA Facebook page. Jason Thomas posting some updates from matches throughout the day. In round 1, had a close matchup between Lindsay Boomershine and Verdi Crawley. Weber International. In round 2, Renslow and Shannon Pluchowski. Of course, we briefly touched on the Diana Z McEwen match. They were both had a big first round, big scores, and facing off in round 2 in the winners bracket. Pretty even through 2 games, both right around the 460 mark, and Danielle found some really bad luck. Back-to-back pocket 710s ended up being her demise, and she now has to go the rest of the way through the elimination bracket.
Needless to say, she caught a couple bad breaks. They're bowling very well, but that can happen here, certainly at this tournament. You can bowl very well and still catch the L. Win column, win-loss. Big double there for Lim. Capitalized on the open frame. And the 3rd from Brenda. Get like more of the strikes we were viewing from, of course, through qualifying and earlier this morning. Just 10 back. No pins on the deck.
They often don't stand a chance.
She too want to capitalize on the early open from Katie in this case. Bernice one more time. 3-bagger.
Bernice getting the light mixer look right now. Just pumping in a tad, I think, and try to keep that ball in the oil a little bit longer to save some energy, and it makes it do cool things like that.
She got one there. Oh, it may have been just a touch right. He's able to make the move. Again, get in that light mix zone. Seems to carry pretty well.
Nice shot from Katie, but running out of frames here. See another 2-4-5 from Brenda. She's been right on each of the shots so far on the right lane. They will convert here in the 5th.
Yeah, she left the same thing. Shot looked identical. Last two on the right lane. This time able to take care of the 2-4-5. That's a "hey, I'm still here" strike right there. Let her get no. Of course, Buckler in the driver's seat still.
Safe at home. Brenda will probably need some help though from Bernice Lim and a few more strikes as they hit the home stretch of game 3. Birgit missed the 2-8 in the opening frame of game 3. That was on the left lane. Always a tricky spare on these tough sport conditions.
40 feet this week. Oh,
come on, 8-pin.
8-pin.
You know you're falling.
Unkind almost. That's gotta hurt.
I'm gonna tell her you said that had to hurry.
I think she would agree.
Looks like quite a match shaping up between Carolyn Dorn-Ballard and Shannon Pluhowski on 41-42. Looks like Pluhowski is in the books at 634. Dorn-Ballard can get to 641 with 3 strikes in the 10th, so she would need a double. Kelly Kulik looking to make a run against Stephanie Johnson. She was down 56. Kulik with 7 out of 8 so far, can still shoot 279. Open in the 4th from Stephanie Johnson. She can still shoot 245. The right lane getting Brenda here in game 3.
Still life for Katie.
Never know. Looks like Robin Renslow shot away from making it to the next round. Big strike to kick things off in the 10th against Jenny Wegner. She was up 24. They're essentially even. Is Katie Sutphin hanging around? Never know.
You gotta add a little pressure. You gotta do it.
So Shampluhowski goes on to defeat Carolyn Doran Ballard. She did not strike in her first attempt, so Shannon will stay alive in the contenders bracket. Birgit, 8th frame, leaves the 4. Bernice Lim is going to go undefeated here on Tuesday. So her day, 3 wins in the books. Katie Sutphin has gotten the strikes, and this
It's a big shot here.
oh my goodness. 210. Katie's going to have the opportunity here. She is unable to convert. We'll do the quick math, but I think this might be similar to round number 1.
Almost to a T.
Sutphin can still shoot a 258. That would get her to 633.
He's got a shot.
Goes for it. Big cover. Impressive.
Another case of the adversity peaking in the 3rd game for Birgit. She comes up huge in the 9th frame.
I have a with 225. That would get her to 644. Best Sutphin can do with 4 more strikes is get to 633.
Of course, that conversion is so important because it now takes away that shutout opportunity for Katie.
Oh. Brings her max series down to 612. So now Birgit will just need count. Definitely some resilience there down the stretch from Katie Sutphin. Especially after an early open and seeing 4 in a row from Poplar, but fought strong at the end and made a pretty good shot to be in the 1-3. Kelly Kulik finishes off with 278 to get to 686. Stephanie Johnson can still get to 224. So she'll need a double and good count. Way over there. Jason Thomas, I see his light. We're not blinded by it. So Stephanie, we can see her from here. 37-38. Got it. First one. We're going to see Katie's shot and then switch back to 25 and 26 and let Bernice Lim take her victory lap here. Putting the finishing touches on a 280 game. What a finish. Final shot for Bernice. 280, great game. Great series, 748. The victory over Brenda Padilla. At 6:32. So it looks like Stephanie Johnson holds off a valiant run by Kelly Kulik. To sneak by with the W. Sandra Anderson's going to defeat Sydney Brum at 6:15 to 5:50. Our top seed, Birgit, had another scare, but is undefeated.
Pretty good matches in front of us, and of course what's going on around us. It seems odd. Just the second game, it seemed like this match is very close between Brenda and Bernice, and it was. But she kind of got that, stayed in the right zone. Her reaction really never left, which was ultimately the difference. Brenda had that right lane, started to go away from her a little bit. And Bernice able to continue to strike and keep the momentum. folks, again, just finishing up winner's bracket play in front of us. There are still some elimination matches going on. Looks like on the low end and actually the high end of the house. Nothing to show directly in our viewing areas. So we're going to take a short break, of course. We will continue and keep the stream live as the undefeated bowlers, their day is done. We'll have a recap about them, of course, at the end of today. After, I believe, about 45 minutes, we should have our next round of elimination matches ongoing, and then 20 minutes following the conclusion of that, we'll have the last round for the day. So next round, elimination bracket scheduled for 4 p.m. local time, 7 p.m. Eastern. Again, so we will keep it right here. Won't go anywhere. Back in a moment, folks. 2016 USBC Queens Bowl TV on Extra Frame. All right, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to our continuing coverage of the 2016 USBC Queens Bowl TV on Extra Frame. We are in the elimination match mode. The winners from the previous round, those undefeated, get to take a break. They won 3 matches today. They will come back tomorrow. Now we'll have 2 more rounds. One here in about 20 minutes after the conclusion of this round. We'll have another elimination bracket round. Right now, currently watching Missy Parkin and Brittany Smith. Both competitors starting with a double. Now Missy leaves the 6-10 in the 3rd frame. Missy, 2011 Queens winner, Team USA member. We're going to look at Brittany Smith. Brittany went to, apparently goes to Grandview, member of the Vikings bowling program. Just a junior this season from Des Moines, Iowa. That's the National Collegiate Bowling Coaches Association Bowler of the Year. Collegiately, USBC Collegiate, also the International Bowling Media Association Bowler of the Year as well this season, and a first team All-American. Now with a 3-backer looking for 4 in a row. She will get it. Very nice start for Brittany Smith. Let's take a look at Erin McCarthy and Katie Ann South-Schroeder. These are our 2 matches in our immediate view. McCarthy, last year's runner-up, started off very well in qualifying. Led the event after day 1. As you see a strike there from McCarthy. Of course, Erin, no stranger to college bowling as well. A lot of great things done at Midland. University. Momentary break in the action. Missy Parkin back on it. She gets a double on the other side. Let's take a quick look at Brittany Smith. Smith will get some help. They got a late kick on the 7-pin as well. So 5 in a row for Brittany Smith. They're trying to get off to that good start we've been talking about in these 3-game matches, but Missy Parkin right there as well. She's 4 out of 5. Here's McCarthy looking for a double, clean through 3. Help on the 10, yes indeed. The run stops at 5 for Brittany Smith. There's Katie Ann Sop-Schroeder. Good shot there from Katie. Katie, a former Nebraska Cornhusker. NTCA second team All-American back in 2008. Second shot from the right-hander. That one is good. Now 3 in a row. For Sop-Schroeder. Back to McCarthy. See some crowd noise there. Tish Johnson rolling some pins around. Tish still alive in the elimination bracket play. Defeated fellow Hall of Famer Linda Barnes last round. McCarthy spent a little time at Nebraska as well. In fact, was a member of their 2009 NCAA Women's Bowling Championship squad. And went on to Midland. And nearly won a national championship there as well. A spare for her. Take a look at Parkin. Good shot by Missy there. Very, very nice. Back half of the game set up for her. 137 in the 6th on the strike. And shoot 257. Brittany Smith trying to get back on the strike train here. Here's her shot coming up in the 7th frame. Very good shot there from Smith. So far through 7, a high scoring affair on 29 and 30. Well, let's take it to Sop. Katie Ann Sop-Schroeder. That one is high. She will leave the 4-7. That stops her string at 3. Now back to Smith. Smith looking for a double. Packs 10. Well, that one got the makings to be a very good match. And certainly the high scoring one as we just talked about. Schroeder able to knock down the spare. Katie was the 45th seed. Opened things up with a loss to Daria Kovalova. Fell into the elimination round. Defeated Christina Mickelson and Jaswani Sahar to get to this point. All right, striking still going on, of course. Here is McCarthy yet, and again, that one's got to get up. She will get the 10 out. Had a great guest in the booth, folks. Pleased to be joined by Maria Jose Rodriguez, your 2014 Queens champion. Pleasure to join you. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
No problemo. So we've got, of course, two great matches here. We'll flip over to Brittany Smith and Missy Parkin, high scoring of the first non-9 count or strike for Brittany Smith. Misses the head pin right, an important spare. She will take care of it. Maria, you've obviously had the opportunity to compete this week. What did you see on the lanes? What were the lanes giving you, and then what have you seen throughout match play today?
They were really different from one side of the bowling center to the other side of the bowling center, even pair to pair. When we flip, it was hard. I obviously made it super hard the first day, and it was not like that. They were really high scoring. If you have it, you have it. If you don't, you make it impossible. So it's all about matching up the right way, having the right ball, and easy. But if you didn't, it was so hard.
We've seen some pretty high-scoring matches actually today. We've seen some high-scoring matches that resulted in wins for some and losses for others. But sometimes that happens in a double elimination type format with 3 games. In your experience, what's the key to this format and succeeding in it?
I think it's just to be patient. I think that's the main reason. I mean, is everything gonna come down? If you keep patient and you feel frames, and you try to keep up, everything comes down to the last frame. So just gotta make good shots and trust yourself. That's probably the best, my biggest advice. And it doesn't matter who you're bowling against. You gotta beat everybody if you wanna win. It's not like, oh, I had a bad break, I had a bad bracket, I had a good cross, whatever. It's not about that. If you wanna win, you gotta beat everybody.
That's a great point because the field is so tough.
It is, yeah.
You know, we were talking about it earlier. Josie stuck in as the 64th seed, but that's not somebody you really want to bowl match play against.
Exactly.
It doesn't matter what number you qualified. Anyone can win this event from any particular spot.
Yeah, this is it was like bowling worlds and trying to make top 16
Sure.
at the Worlds. Everybody thinks it's easy just to get there. Oh yeah, just bowl good and do it. It's not. You have to bowl really good.
Larkin trying to get some late help on the 8-pin. Brittany Smith starts with 244.
She made a great run last year, I remember, if I'm not mistaken.
Mentioned Smith, the collegiate bowler of the year, both the NCBCA and the IBMA. Maria, of course, no stranger to college bowling as well. It had plenty of success at Maryland Eastern Shore.
I tried. We tried.
Talk a little bit about your experience there. Right now, Katie Ann, Erin McCarthy, Missy Parkin, and Brittany Smith, all products of college bowling.
Yeah, it's like everybody, every match I bowled not every match, every cross I had this week for 15 games, it was girls that I bowled against and girls that I bowled with in college. It was awesome. And even the new ones, like you will see crosses with girls that I didn't bowl with, but they're bowling now. And my experience was amazing. I had the best 4 years of my life, 3.5 or whatever. And I will do it again. I'm so grateful for the opportunity. I'm so grateful for everything that happened. And college bowling is growing, and it helps so much the industry.
Absolutely. Well over 200 schools now in the USBC collegiate program. Not to mention all of the schools, of course, at the NCAA level, which you have plenty of experience with on both levels. It really is remarkable to watch the growth at the collegiate level, and then now, of course, with the relaunch of the tour,
Yeah.
to have the next step, that stepping stone for those like yourself.
And it's so different now because
Absolutely.
we didn't have anything when we graduated. We graduated and we were like, okay, the internationals, we have something to bowl
Right.
for, and we bowl Queens and US Open. But now they have something. They're like, I can't wait so I can buy my card, so I can bowl, I can go on tour, I can do this, and there's just gonna be more people to bowl against now.
Yeah, it's not going to get any easier for you.
It's definitely not. You either improve and keep practicing, keep working hard, or you're not gonna make it there.
Yeah, it is. It's a tough road. Just really the first 4 stops on the West Coast swing of the tour. You start to kind of see some of the same names, but the fields are so strong.
They're so strong,
throughout.
and when you have 5 girls from Singapore in the first 4 stops, and then now you have 6 or 7 Malaysians. You're like, when is it gonna stop? Like, because they're so good. I mean, and we are too, and I mean we keep practicing for it, but it's hard. It makes it hard, but it's fun. I mean, you don't want to bowl in. I mean, you want to win all the time, of course, but you want to have competition.
Sure, you want to bowl against the best,
Exactly.
and so do they. And which is why events like this, like the Queens, of course, the tour as a whole allows those opportunities. 21 countries represented
That's crazy.
this week at the Queens, including the United States. Really remarkable, and for me, I really think it gives an opportunity for viewers who may or may not know, like yourself, they know you have represented Colombia. They know that, Diana Zagralova is from Latvia, but, from the grand scheme of things, just to understand really how global our sport is and
Yeah.
how good everyone is elsewhere.
Yeah, and some people don't know how big the sport is in other countries. I mean, Malaysia, Singapore, even Korea, Japan. There's a lot of Japanese girls here. It's so big that they still want to compete with us. They want to compete here, so that's great.
And a good match brewing in front of us. 236 from Erin McCarthy. Katie Ann was looking for a strike there, would have put her in the 220s. Now her spare will give her 215. Brittany Smith and Missy Parkin will flip over there in 1 second. And again, they both start with doubles. And Smith has the early advantage in the match. Shot 244 to Missy Parkin's 217. A quick look at Brittany Smith. She attempts her 10-pin opportunity here. Where you know firsthand how difficult it is to win this event.
Crazy.
And then to try to repeat, of course, and you've been the closest.
That was the
it's
hardest
been
thing.
for
Yeah.
anyone in quite some time. What was that like last year? And then, first of all, to win it 2014, to come back and really give yourself an opportunity to defend.
Well, winning, of course, it was amazing. It's the best thing I've ever done in my life, in my career. And it was so fast. Like, it came so fast. I've never won a match before that at the Queens. So I just wanted to win one match. And I kept winning. So I try to have the same mindset for the following year. It worked, and I try to enjoy more. The TV show, I knew it was gonna go fast, so try to enjoy the moment, try to enjoy, like, even practice session, everything. And I mean, it was fun. I came up short, but it's hard, but it was so much fun. I gave it all every single match. That's the only. I was patient. I knew. Fresh is not my best, but I knew lanes are gonna break down. It's 3 games.
Sure.
So, I gave it all, and that was it. It's been the coolest experience ever.
It's one of the sentiments I've seen and talked to some bowlers about. And really, that 3 games really puts no one ever out of a match. Now, we've been kind of keying on the fact that if you can get off to a good start in the first game and develop a cushion,
You still got to keep it up.
you got to. You got to keep the pedal to the metal because, if you start to lose ball reaction or carry starts to not go your way, all of a sudden the opponent.
Yeah, everything can
It's a double,
change in 3
triple.
games. If it's only
Absolutely.
one game, it's totally different. But yeah, I was down. I mean, the year I won, I was down by a lot, so many matches, and so many of my matches, and I won. I was just patient. I knew the lanes were gonna break down, and just try to keep filling frames. And that's probably a lot. I mean, a lot of girls don't understand that, and don't get it. They just wanna be up from the beginning, and if they're not, they're upset. But it's a grind. That's for sure.
Even match. Brittany Smith can strike here. She will leave the 2-8. It's the elimination portion of the bracket, meaning losers here will be eliminated. Such a tough field. You see some breaks go your way sometimes they don't, and vice versa. Trying to stay alive in the Queens field it's tough, but someone may make that run. They lose early, which puts even more difficulty.
It's the
on it.
longest, yeah.
It is supreme long.
Yeah, it's crazy. I mean, you have to bowl your way out.
Well, Smith down 2 pins early here in the game, but she again holds the lead here after shooting 244. Another good shot in the 5th frame. We'll keep it here momentarily. Some matches going on to our left and right as well. 21 and 22, Victoria Johansson and Danielle McEwen squaring off in a close one as well. 198 to 195. So it's a 3-pin difference in
Yeah.
favor of Johansson after one. Again, folks, don't forget pwva.com/live. It's where you can check out the live scoring. If you're looking for someone in particular pair of lanes, you can check it out there.
And the names are on the lane, so that helps.
Yes. You can also view the match play bracket, which will let you know who is facing who. You see Kristen Kwa and Shannon Pluhowski. Kristen Kwa just completed her freshman year at Vanderbilt University, but last year she finished 6th
She did, yeah.
at the Queens. Just missing the step ladder.
She bowled amazing, yeah. And this week she has too.
She came across our featured pair a few times. Shot 290, I believe, on Saturday or Sunday, I beg your pardon. Just another example. She, of course, from Singapore.
Yeah, she was on the team before coming to the States.
There's Missy parking up on lane 29. Very good shot there for Missy Parkin. Strike in the 6th. Here, let me ask you a question that, we've, with the tour, and with you being able to compete, you've competed in the Queens, obviously won, but who did you look up to as a bowler during your youth days and growing up? Anybody out, particularly on tour, or they could be currently on tour or retired necessarily, or whatever maybe? Who did you look up
I
to?
always look up to Kim. Yeah, I remember watching bowling, and I saw her all the time on TV. Whatever the little bowling that we
Sure.
got. when we were in Colombia. It was like Walter Ray, Amleto, and Kim. I remember.
Kim Terrell.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Always. I always look for her advice. What do you think about this? How can I improve this? And she's so helpful. It's like so great to have her as a, like, I look up to her when I was little, and it's still like everything that she has done, and now she has helped me a lot. She have helped me a lot with my game and with everything.
Kim is certainly not only one of the best bowlers, the greatest to ever do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
One of the greatest people, just as a human being.
That's it. Yeah. It's crazy. Yeah, you think, I don't know, you're like, is she this nice all the time? She is.
She is.
She is. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter what you do. It's she's gonna be great.
I'll flip back to Missy and Brittany. And they're going back and forth here this game. It was like that for the most part during the first game, and then later, kind of the back half of that game. Smith able to keep going, and Missy Parkin. Strike's not falling. And now she's get a chance to double here. Put a little extra pressure here on Brittany Smith. Again, 3-game matches if you're just joining us or unfamiliar with the format. This is the elimination matches of the bracket.
Oh,
7-pin won't go.
that's the worst. That can be even worse than an 8-pin.
We've seen a lot of pocket 7-10s.
A lot.
Looks like
I left
this
a lot
week.
of them. Yeah, you think you have the good ball reaction, and then it gets you.
40-foot pattern of the Queens this week by Kegel. Strategically, Maria, what was your game plan, both on the fresh and on the burn? Because throughout the day, matches will be both on the fresh and then on the burn as well. So, what was your game plan for both?
I mean, I had really good ball reaction with a lot of different balls on practice session. So I tried to do that the first day, and nothing worked out. So second day, I was bowling on fresh again. So I just wanted to do whatever I didn't do the first day. I was not gonna try anything that I tried the first day. I reel a couple balls and watch a little bit on how the girls that bowl good, what did they do, and I was just trying to feel frames the first day, and then I just needed to bowl really good.
Is he crossing over there? Any particular zone? I saw kind of a mixture. More bowlers kind of starting inside.
Some
as
of them,
well,
yeah.
and then we saw some kind of make a jump out. The outside, like Stephanie Johnson, for example. Talked to her a little bit. She made a bold move at the end of qualifying just to make the cut. And she's kind of carried that game plan into today's match play.
I think it was just this pattern, and the Queens in particular always offers a variety of shots, so it makes it even for everybody to bowl and to have a chance. So it was up to your game on how your balls were gonna match up better inside or outside. I tried both. For me, a fresh outside or like in the middle, it looked really good, as well as for other people. And some other people were just inside from the beginning, and it looked great.
Seemed like execution was at a premium.
It was,
you
yeah.
had to execute.
Yeah. If it came clean out of your hand, your carry percentage went up high.
Let's get a look at McCarthy. Aaron now kind of taking a little.
The lane looks tight for all of them.
Looks like she might even made a move left as well. Aaron certainly has enough hand revolutions to Balls go from left to right. Allow Aaron to finish up this frame. Brittany Smith carrying
So
a
the
three-bagger.
Three-bagger, yeah. 30 pins, 20 pins up this game.
Kind of similar to game one. Again, kind of close, even through the first 5 to 6 frames.
And then she figured it out and Missy didn't carry.
Yeah, Smith, and again, puts it into gear. Missy Parkin. Back-to-back 9 counts. 8th frame, she crossed over. A solid shot on the 7th. Almost left a 7-10. It was the 7th pin. Here's her offering. Good
She
shot.
got it.
Missy would shoot 228.
She probably needs that. She needs them all. Everything she can get.
That's weird. Some matches you can tell just immediately that it's going to be high scoring and both players are right where they need to be. Won't give the other too many opportunities.
Yeah.
And then there are some matches where, again, one can start off very strong.
Yeah, well, the pair is just hard. Yeah, I was watching a match earlier and on the left lane they ball 720 and 700 or 720 and 690, and then in the other match they won. It was 580 and 550, and they were impossible. I mean, they made it impossible. The pair was hard. Everything was so different.
Nice shot. First one in the 10th for Missy. Back over to McCarthy quickly. 6th frame for Aaron McCarthy. Coming off an open. Kitty Ann Samp-Schroeder with a double. In the 5th and 6th, she is clean. And Aaron didn't like that one, but it makes the move to the pocket. Back to Parkin. Oh.
That was key.
So now firmly in the 220s, the high 220s with a good count.
Yeah, that can make a huge difference on how many pins she's gonna be behind or not.
McCarthy looking for a double. And just as we talked about, pocket 7-10. One more for Missy Parkin. Very good shots. She'll finish with 228. Missy at 445 after 2 games. Now Brittany Smith will step up here.
Oh, wow. What a break.
Trips the kind of the 8-pin falls back,
It's
but
like 2-8.
2-pin falls
The
forward.
4-8.
Those are the kind of breaks you need, right?
Yeah. They make a difference. 4-bagger between a double 9 spare, double 9 spare double, or yeah. Those are the breaks that can make you have big games. A 250 instead of just 210, 210, 210.
Yeah, it seemed like this week you needed
A lot of those.
a couple of 250s
Yeah.
at least.
At least 2 every set.
If you were going to, if you had the grind going, the 210 to 215, you needed a 250 at some point just to give you that extra boost in the standings. 2 clean games from the competitors. Smith now shot 236, 480.
Macy's just down 35.
And that's still relatively close.
It is, yeah.
In a 3-game match.
She can have a 3-bagger and make it up.
A couple of bad breaks here and there, and then all of a sudden we're looking at a different ball game. We know they will finish first, so we'll head back over to Katie Ann Schroeder, again the former Nebraska Husker. In fact, both players at one point competed
did,
for
yeah.
Nebraska. And then Erin McCarthy went on to have some success at Midland.
They won a national championship together.
2009. Something you know a little bit about, right? National championships.
A little bit.
It's like Erin made a ball change. She liked the shot, I think, but
It was a good shot, yeah.
the result, of course, 10-pin. She had a 21-pin lead going into game 2. It's Brittany Smith starts with a strike. We'll take it there momentarily. Sop is clean. Sop Schroeder. 10-pin, no problem for Erin McCarthy. Erin, the runner-up last year. McQueen Cho lost to Liz Johnson.
She bowled amazing last year.
Some of the matches going headed into the 3rd game now. Some to our left. Just finishing up the 2nd game.
Yeah, 2nd game.
See if McCarthy can find all 10 here. And let me ask you, Maria, you watching what Erin is going through. What do you see specifically that's causing this type of reaction, and what do you think may solve it, if anything, at this particular point?
I mean, I think the left lane definitely is just super tight, and the bowling balls are now already in the mid lane. They're just going too long, and they're trying, so they're wasting all the energy, and then they don't have anything left when they hit the pins. So I mean, just trying to go to a different ball, trying to get the ball to reach sooner. But you gotta be careful as well, because if it reaches too early, then it's just gonna go through your nose.
Right. McCarthy, 133 in the 8th. On a spare. Katie Ann Sop Schroeder now. Step up 9th and 10th, puts things on the board. She can shoot 223. Best Erin can do is 183.
Yeah, 180.
4-pin. Now that number will go down, of course. Spare. The max score would be 212.
And then she goes to the tie lane.
The left lane does not look fun. And that can certainly happen.
And then they can turn around easily as well, because then the right lane can start to hook more, and then they figure out the left lane, and then they don't know anything about the right lane anymore. It's that easy.
Danielle McEwen, 221 in game 2. The 195 start.
And Victoria can only shoot 190 if she strikes out.
A flat 10 for Katie Ann Sop-Schroeder. So now looking at 201 with a spare strike here, which helps Erin McCarthy.
Yeah, it helps her a little bit.
Just a tad to not lose too much of the advantage.
She just has to be patient and wait. They'll come to her.
How difficult is that?
It's hard.
In this format, especially.
It's hard because you feel like she doesn't have a ball reaction as well, so you want to take advantage of it. And you're just so focused on making good shots and you don't see them working, so you think it's you. Like you think it's you when I'm not throwing it good, I'm not throwing it good, I'm throwing it good, instead of it's actually a lane and you need to make an adjustment.
If you're just joining us, talking with Maria Jose Rodriguez, the 2014 Queens champion, made the step ladder last year as well in an attempt to defend her crown. Also collegiate standout at Maryland Eastern Shore. Providing us with some great insight. Of course, with plenty of experience at this event, this format, and even this week. Seeing what the lanes were doing.
Trying.
how it affected her as well, and what she's seeing from these players right now. See if Erin can get a good shot here. She's got a chance. Again, the ball's just
Going too long.
not finishing.
It gets to a point where the mid lanes, like the front hook and the mid lanes are tight, and then it's hard to figure it out when you haven't seen that all week.
The pair-to-pair adjustments, the lane-to-lane adjustments, so key and
If
critical.
the oil is sitting in, who ball on that pair before? How did they ball on it? It makes such a huge difference.
McCarthy with a strike here can shoot 172. Sop with 201 again. Sits at 416. Sop-Schroeder now again in control, at least in the lead. We won't say control yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Still too early. And she has taken the advantage in the match.
That was so much better.
Better shot.
That was a better shot.
Ball made an apparent move at the end of the pattern there. McCarthy might have something to work with. Tish Johnson, the Hall of Famer, the legend. She had 5 in a row. Let's take a look at the live scoring, see what is going on down there. Well, let's take you to Missy Parkin and Brittany Smith.
Oh.
And as soon as we take you there, trouble for Missy. 4-6-7.
She only missed by a little bit, and then they both checked.
So anybody's ball game between Erin McCarthy and Katie Ann Sop-Schroeder. Just a 9-pin advantage now in favor of Katie Ann. The Missy Parkin Brittany Smith matchup. Smith held a 35-pin lead entering game 3. That open frame certainly doesn't help for Missy Parkin. Let's see if Brittany Smith can take advantage here.
And then it's a 48 lead pin for Danielle.
Danielle McEwen in a tough match with Diana Zavialova in the previous round.
That was a crazy match.
bowling very well, and then all of a sudden 2 pocket 7-10s essentially what cost her that match. I believe she shot 7+ after the first round. She shot 7+ as well and won. You do that again and you lose.
Yeah, they went 770 and 750.
Unbelievable. Smith with the spare. Well, no doubles so far for Brittany Smith. As she holds a 2-pin advantage in the game after that open frame from Missy Parkin. And the other supporters for Erin McCarthy encouraging her to keep working hard and really.
That's all you gotta do.
In Erin's position, especially when you feel like you're making good shots but not seeing the results, of course, mentally, I'm sure, I know it can start to weigh on you.
Yeah, it drains you.
Another good shot there from Smith. We'll take it to Erin now. First shot on the left lane here, game 3. She tried a different ball. The fill shot at the 10th frame. Looks to be the one in hand. She'll get a little help. That's always good to see the pins go down. It's a little confidence builder.
Yeah. Even when you thought it was not a great shot. But I'm sure it was. The lane is just so hard.
Missy Parkin trying to bounce back from an open frame. Now the big 4.
She goes back-to-back splits.
When you see an opponent go, back-to-back splits in this case, even if you have the lead, and even if you don't, you talk about that focus. It's so easy, especially in match play, to want to just go up and throw the best shot you can, and generally
it gives you like a little bit of hope, an extra hope that, or like an extra breathe.
In your opinion, is that where you need the most focus to kind of continue to do what you've
Yeah,
been doing?
I think so.
And
Because
not
then
you want to grab on it, that kind of
some
thing.
people just get relaxed, like, oh, she open, okay,
Right.
I don't need perfection, but I mean, you should.
Match play is so mentally challenging. It's very easy to try to get ahead of yourself when you see a potential opening, in a sense, but there's a good shot there. Nice bounce back for Missy Parkin.
Yeah, it's match play just hard. I mean, you only have one person to worry about, which is good. But at the same time, I mean, you need to make the best out of you. You can't just be worried about the other person because you can't control what they're doing.
Only you in the lanes. And
Yeah, and all
some
the hard work
places
you put in the lanes.
they do not cooperate. McCarthy gets a break. So does Brittany Smith. Big shot there for Smith. And the 7th frame, a big double. Strike will give her a 24-pin lead. We'll leave it with Smith momentarily. Take it to Erin McCarthy. And this match is coming down. Big one for Smith there. 3-bagger.
She keeps striking.
Oh, Brittany Smith in control of her destiny in this particular match. Let's take it to Erin McCarthy now. Erin working through some things on this left lane. She got a break last time on this lane. And 7-pin falls, 10-pin does not. Meanwhile, Katie Ann Schroeder, 3-bagger to start. Parkin on the other side bounces back with a big double. She can only shoot 225, however, speaking of Parkin. Spare is made. Here's Parkin's shot in the 9th frame.
She needs to get them all in and just wait.
Boy, just like nothing happened. Those 5th and 6th frames, those shots were just money.
Yeah, maybe she just missed the move.
So Brittany Smith steps up in the 9th frame. She has a 35-pin lead after 2. Not looking to give it up after that strike there in the 9th.
And she has a big lead this game as well, yeah.
Smith actually firmly in control here. And Katie Ann stops Schroeder. And chops a 3-6-10. It's an open frame. And
Gives Erin a little bit of hope.
and a 9-pin game. Or match, I beg your pardon. Smith, the first one in the 10th off camera. And Brittany Smith move on here. Continue
win
her
the match.
Queens experience. A lot of people may not be familiar with Brittany Smith. You mentioned her, of course, and your experience last year, seeing her. If you're a collegiate bowler current or listen to the past few years, you certainly recognize her and have seen her bowl for Grandview. Bowler of the Year and a first-team All-American. I think people may, if they didn't know her, get a good look now. She's pretty good.
She is, yeah. She's putting really good shots online, and she has the right ball, the right hand.
I don't think we saw really one mistake from Smith in this
I
match.
know, right?
She started well.
She
in
missed the
game
head
one.
pin to the right once.
You're
Game
right.
game 1, yeah.
Other than that, she was spectacular. 249.
Match.
to end
7:30.
things. Well done.
No, 7:10. 7:10.
Well, this has turned into it's been a match throughout, but it's an extreme grind, and it's got that feel. Of course, and you kind of put yourself in Aaron McCarthy's shoes, but for Katie Ann Schroeder, for her, I think it's a matter of throwing the best shots possible. Again, don't worry about what the
And keep
opponent's
clean.
doing.
Yeah, keep it clean.
Fill frames. She has the advantage by 9 pins. If she can catch a double. She started with the front 3 and then an open.
Just try to make the best shots you can, and if you leave something that you can pick up.
Leaving
Yeah, that's-
makeable spare is always important.
That's the best thing. That's the best thing you can do when you see your opponent struggling with ball reaction or carry, like how Erin is right now.
Matches look like complete 2-hour right. I'm trying to get some final tallies for you. Looks like Tish Johnson won her match.
She won her match, yeah.
C.T. Rockman.
I don't know, Emily
Malaysia.
Fagan, and she was to the right.
That might be the break Aaron McCarthy needed there. She is clean through 6. She may not like it, but she will take it. She's got a 3-pin lead currently in the game, but she trailed overall by 6 pins. Another great event by the 2011 Queens champion Missy Parkin, but turn will come to an end. Just met up against a very good Brittany Smith this round. Wow.
Oh wow.
I'm not even sure if Wow.
It's like,
Wow.
what are they even gonna put up?
I believe it was the 10 pin,
Yeah, it was. Yeah,
but wow.
it's not the break you want.
Not at all.
That's for sure.
You can't throw it better. So now we'll have just a brief delay here to reset the pin. Boy, now I'm sure a shot that Katie Ann loved off her hand.
Yeah, she thought the best. It was a really good shot.
See that kind of break, because this one will probably go down to the 10th frame.
It's a one-pin match between Shannon and Kristen Kwa.
A high-scoring affair as well. Kristen Kwa, see with the strike, not sure what frame. It's like the 8th frame.
Yeah. Yeah, it looks like she doubled.
So a big double following an open. In the 6th, she can shoot 236. Shannon can shoot 248. So Kristen's going to need some help from Shannon. She can step up in the 9th and 10th. Looks like they set the spot up. The pin move potentially to the 9 pin. She'll make the spare.
Should have been a 10 pin. Yeah, I know, but
Kwa, clutch shots down the stretch.
she has a 3-bagger. I don't know how they're gonna work that out, or if the tournament director came to an agreement that it was a 9 pin because of the position.
Went a little high from Sam Schroeder.
That's what I was talking about earlier. The lane was tie, and then
All of a sudden, just
it gets that kick.
it is crazy sometimes how that happens. Wluchowski, hear the crowd noise.
She needs. She needs the first 2.
Double will do it.
Yeah.
Wluchowski will step up in the 10th with a chance to extend her Queens run here. Again, these are elimination matches. The next round will take place about 20 minutes after the completion of this round. And don't forget to check the match play bracket. Here is Erin McCarthy. She would love to have a double here. Late snag on the 10 pin. Big double. She has turned this now into a 15-pin advantage. Like Shannon
7 pin.
left a single pin. First shot in the 10th frame, if I'm not mistaken.
She can shoot 217 with a strike in the field.
McCarthy, and she turned 2 into 3. Gotta hurry. Stop Schroeder. Looking for strikes here in the 8th and 9th. She's got to keep some pressure on Erin McCarthy. Last time she was on this lane, pins in, cooperate. Great shot there in the 8th. So I believe Shannon shot 227. We go 9 spare strikes.
227, so she needs the first one.
So Kristen Qua, the young, soon-to-be sophomore, just completed her freshman season at Vanderbilt. Chance to step up in the 10th and knock off one of the toughest bowlers and competitors.
She needs 2.
A great shot there in front of us. Stop Schroeder keeping some pressure on McCarthy. That did not sound good.
And she did not.
Sounded through the nose.
She got a temp in.
Shannon Pluhowski. Will live to bowl another round. I tell you, if there's one person who can make it
all the way,
trek, Shannon Pluhowski certainly could get it done. Important shot here for McCarthy. She's on a 3-bagger. Stop Schroeder now on the double of her own. And McCarthy can step up here. She puts a strike down on the first shot.
She shoot to 15.
That should be enough. Again, Katie Ann Schroeder came in with a 9-pin advantage.
She can only shoot to 30.
After 2.
She gets the first one.
She'll do it. She takes, see the deep breath. And quiet in the center. That's wonderful. Great shot there from McCarthy. Seen her step up in clutch situations before at the collegiate level. Made great shots, of course, at last year's event here at the Queens. Now to keep her tournament alive. Clutch shot in the first frame. Excuse me, in the 10th frame of the first shot, I beg your pardon. Danielle McEwen will continue on as well. She will defeat Victoria Johansson to stay alive. McCarthy. That one crosses over, gets some help. That's okay.
With the first one, she was fine. So
Match was in hand.
Yeah. Just stay patient and found the right ball.
That she did. No doubt about that. Again, you mentioned that the patience is the key. Tournament leader talked to her yesterday, said the same thing. Just wanted to stay patient no matter what happens because it's a 3-game match, so there's essentially time, if you will. She stayed with it. Most importantly, with the filled frames, 258 last game. She will eliminate Katie Ann Schroeder, who bowled very well also. She was trailing after 1 game, leading by 9 after 2. McCarthy found the ball reaction. She found the right ball. As you mentioned, the left lane really came to her.
It did, yeah. Couple bad breaks, and that makes a huge difference.
Well, Danielle McKeown, we mentioned, will move on as well. The only match finishing up. The Tanya Rumenpour match and the Shaidal Hamidi match still ongoing. Again, 20 minutes after the completion of the round is when the next elimination round will start.
The match is close.
Ediane Sapt Schroeder, a great tournament. She shoots 233, but not enough.
Not enough.
Yeah, it's 258.
A couple strikes, not enough.
One shot at her. All right, folks, we'll try to give you a quick update on the Tanya Rumenpour and Shaidal Hamidi match. That is close. Rumenpour from Indonesia, former Wichita State Shocker.
Tanya needs to keep striking to have a chance. She needs 252 if the Malaysian girl strikes out. She needs the first one for sure. She got it.
Another great shot there of the former All-American. So trailing by 26 pins entering game number 3. Shaidal Hamidi has been very good throughout. Again, mentioned Singapore, but Team Malaysia has impressed this week as well.
Indonesia.
Tanya from Indonesia, Hamidi from Malaysia. Tanya with the first and the 10th. Hamidi can only shoot 226. Second one for good measure.
She wins it. She only needed 52.
It's very impressive bowling.
Yeah, you don't want to go against her, and not under pressure.
Great match. .267 for Tanya. 667 for the 3-game match. Of course, 226 the best a meeting could do. A good run for Team Malaysia member. The tournament will come to an end.
Yeah, that was a great run.
It's the lone match, the final one during this round. Again, 20 minutes, folks. I'll give you Amini's final shot. Well, we should see some upcoming really good matches as well in the elimination bracket. So as Amini makes the spare. Maria, we want to thank you for joining us,
Thank you for having me.
providing some great insights and some opportunity, of course, to look at the lanes. You've obviously saw what was taking place, of course.
Yeah, it was my poorly opinion.
Well, hey, I mean, when you've won the Queens, that gives you a little opportunity to means you know what you're talking about, of course, as well. So we certainly appreciate you. And that'll do it for us, folks. Again, 20 minutes from now, approximately, we'll keep the stream going. We'll not go down. We'll be live. 20 minutes from now, more elimination matches on the way. You're watching the 2016 USBC Queens live on Bowl TV on Extra Frame.
We'll take a small break here. The practice for the players will be 10 minutes from now, and then we'll get 10 minutes of practice. And then the match will start in 20 minutes, so a small break, and we will get right back to it.
Hi, Nathan. How are you? Hey, do you have a picture of Birgit with her thing you guys presented her?
Thank you and good luck.
All right, folks, we are getting situated here for our final round of competition here at the 2016 USBC Queens for today. And we've got our elimination bracket on the lanes now. So players eliminated throughout the day today. All right, this round's matches, we've got Shannon Pluhowski and Kelly Kulik, Tanya Rumenper and Sydney Brumbett, Danielle McEwen, Katie Sutphin. You're watching that match here live on Extra Frame. Aaron McCarthy and Rocio Restrepo. Chase Johnson, the Hall of Famer, taking on Brenda Padilla, Brittany Smith, and Natasha Roslan. Jennifer Higgins, Amanda Green, Lindsay Boomershine, and Jenny Wegner from Sweden. So good international representation here at the Queens this year. 21 countries in the house at the Orleans in Las Vegas. This is Matt Cannizzaro alongside our special guest for this final round, Dave Cost from Ultimate Bowling Products. And we're just going to talk a little bit about the matches here, of course, and what we have going on. Again, McEwen and Sutphin here to our left. And over to the right, Restrepo and Aaron McCarthy. McCarthy last year, the runner-up at the USBC Queens. Trying to get back, have another crack at it. Great shot there by McEwen. And she had a tough loss a couple of rounds ago in the winners bracket to 2013 Queens winner Diana Zavialova. It was a nail biter for sure. Let's see where that was. So back in the second round, 736 to 695. And just a couple of pins, 4 pins actually separated them going into the last game. Danielle with back-to-back 710s in the middle of the finale to fall into the, we'll call it the elimination bracket now. Zavialova still alive in the winner's bracket. They'll be back on the lanes tomorrow at 9 a.m. local time, noon Eastern. We'll have all that for you live here on Extra Frame as well. Right now, it's all about these contenders Long day of bowling already. A lot of games this week, 15 games of qualifying. And now 3-game matches, total pinfall, determining who advances. And for half these players right now, this is it. It's do or die time. And you're watching it here live on Extra Fame. Again, thanks for joining us from the Orleans here in Las Vegas. Great host this week.
Winner go home. Winner go home.
That's right, the unique double elimination format here at the Queens, and it's really a new tournament today once you get to that match play portion. 64 advanced, or 63 joining defending champion Liz Johnson, who's already on her way home as well. So you just never know. It's a crazy format, and it's part of what they love about it. And you really have to earn it. And if you're coming from the elimination bracket as we're watching right now, that's going to take some hard work.
Well, you know, Matt, what's been great to watch this week is there's been a really good mix of veteran bowlers and youth. As you see, you know, on the lanes right now, even though we're in the elimination bracket, the late stages, you know, Tish Johnson, what a tremendous story. You know, been bowling for, you know, over 40 years, and here she is this deep into the competition. And then you take a look around, and it's, you know, by and large, it's all younger faces. You have a veteran in Kelly Kulik and Shannon Plahowski, but you have Tanya Remaper and Danielle McEwen and Erin McCarthy and a host of others. And so the sport is getting younger, and we keep talking about that. And this is just indicative of where women's bowling is going. It's actually growing, and it's getting younger. It's really great to see. You know, participation numbers at 256 entries, coupled with the women's championship, you know, made it a lot easier, made a little more sense. Come out and bowl both, so that you didn't have to worry about separate flights and doubling your expenses. You know, and I understand in talking with some folks earlier today, it's the same plan for Baton Rouge next year. So, which they used to do it years ago, and then kind of got away from it for a little while. But it's really, you know, just as a traditionalist of most sports, including bowling, it's great to see all the young faces out here that are participating in our sport. It's awesome to see.
Well, always a work in progress, even after more than 100 years trying to get everything right. And women's bowling, you mentioned, really...
Century's not bad.
It's a pretty good history, but always looking to improve things and make it more convenient, more entertaining, of course. And we'll have that certainly this week, as the USBC Queens will conclude live on CBS Sports Network at 8 p.m. Eastern on Thursday. And throughout the day on Thursday, we'll have 3 other TV shows being taped from the first 3 PWBA events of the season. So the 4 finalists from each of those events will be here to bowl the stepladder, and all trying to, of course, win those PWBA titles, along with the Queens, the first major. And then those events will air on CBS Sports Network on Tuesdays starting June 7th. So the 7th, the 14th, and the 21st. Mix in some collegiate bowling, some youth bowling, some other great events along the way, and of course the rest of the PWBA season. And it's going to be a pretty awesome summer for bowling on TV, and all of that exposure, of course, and all the support has helped make the PWBA's return pretty successful.
Absolutely.
And sell-out events every week and crossing the country, coast to coast. And again, this is the first major of the year. Then we'll have 3 more events and another major. We'll do the same thing and make our way all around the country. And just looking at the fans and at the pro-ams at each stop have been fantastic. And now talking to every one of these players, it really is about living the dream right now. And for these players on the lanes, many of that dream will continue tomorrow morning. The rest, unfortunately, we'll have to wait until the next event in Wichita.
Absolutely. You know, and also sandwiched in between all that activity is junior gold. You know, so just the step down level to where some of these ladies were just not long ago before their collegiate careers, and actually part of their collegiate careers. So it's a jam-packed summer of bowling, man.
Our 2 matches here, getting to the halfway point of game number 1. And McEwen with a 10-pin lead over Katie Sutphin. And McEwen, of course, had a standout collegiate career, now a top player for Team USA. Won her first event on the PWBA Tour last year. It was a major, a season ender, and she's been strong so far here in 2016. Looking to get back on TV. A couple close calls, but not quite there yet. And Katie Sutphin, another former collegiate player at Central Florida. Just kind of getting her feet wet, as the cliche goes, a little bit, and getting comfortable out here. And we've seen her in the cash number quite a few times now, and now rolling through match play here. So there's a name we'll probably say quite a few times down the road. And, of course, our other pair, Erin McCarthy, finished second to Liz Johnson, the Hall of Famer last year. If I was going to lose the Queens, I would say that's a pretty good person to fall to in the title match.
Absolutely. And, it's interesting in the two matches that we're looking and watching here, all four of them throw the ball, differently and uniquely, but they all throw it very, very well. And of course, you can say that many of the participants, but as our audience is watching, you can see that the key to success with these ladies is repeating. And there's probably not that many more better examples than the four that you're watching in terms of repeating shot after shot after shot.
Nice break there for McCarthy to leave only the 2-pin, and she threw a big game to win her last match.
She did.
Here on Extra Frame.
256, 258, I think it was.
And now, again, the taste that she had last year of getting to that championship match, she was the #1 seed and came up a little bit short. Liz Johnson, of course, went on to win the USBC Queens and the U.S. Women's Open. One more title in the middle, and Player of the Year honors for her. So she definitely was and is the player to beat. And she has bowed out of the Queens this year, so we will not have a repeat champion here in 2016. Still up for grabs. A lot of great players here who have not won this event, and a few who are champions here. So we'll see.
Well, the format's just so grueling. Just by nature in itself, it's got to be extremely difficult to repeat. It's a marathon, not a sprint. It takes a different mentality, different preparation, and it's just difficult to do. It's not easy bowling at this level, that's for sure.
Well, the standard PWBA events, and we've seen 3 so far this year, those events are a little bit more of a sprint. Over 2 days, the players come in, they bowl 12 games of qualifying, and then the top 32 advance to the cashers round. They bowl 6 more games the next morning, and then they cut immediately to the top 12 for match play. Then 6 games of round robin match play, and by the time that day's over, it's a very quick trip for some. We'll have 4 TV finalists. So
exactly.
Compared to the majors, which are by nature, those are the longer events, a little bit tougher pattern sometimes. You really have to earn it. I mean, that's why it's called a major, because it's a major challenge for sure.
It's not supposed to be easy. It's a major. Scores, have been higher than probably would expect for a major this week, but it still takes execution. It's just because it seems to be a little easier than most majors. Still requires execution. Still knocking down as many pins as you can, which still takes talent. So it's just amazing to watch some of these women bowl. When the PWBA left for that time period, I think a lot of folks forgot about just exactly how good some of these women really are. And, the average bowler can really relate, and I really truly believe that's why a lot of the stops out here have such great crowds. Even in a loser's bracket, we probably have 100, 150 people around watching, is that the average bowler can relate more to a Danielle McEwen, a Tish Johnson, and so forth because of the rev rates and the ball speeds. Myself sitting there watching like a Jason Belmonte, you go, yeah, hey, it's great. I can't do that. But do I have a style maybe similar to Tanya or to Shannon Plahowski, or they can relate just a little bit better, and I think there's a connection there with the average bowler, and it's so entertaining and compelling to watch.
These players definitely ready to put on a compelling show here in our final round of the day. Again, it's departure is on the line here, so you're going to give it all you got.
Go for broke.
So far, McEwen with the 3-bagger, being able to jump out to an early lead, and Sutphin with the open frame there is going to fall farther behind, but you got 3 games to make it up. Of course, having that advantage, you get a little bit comfortable. Perhaps some players prefer that. Others like the pressure of having to come from behind and throw the strikes down the stretch. So Danielle McEwen not really worried about what Sutphin's doing. She's focused on her own game and doing her thing, and she knows that at this point she's not really bowling Katie. She's bowling this pair of lanes, 23 and 24, and she's going to go up there and try to knock down every pin no matter what Katie's doing. and certainly a good approach to the whole thing. She's not even looking at what Katie's doing. So we are, however. We're going to see Katie's shot here on lane 23. Then we'll switch over to our other match.
She throws it so well. Off her hand, it reminds me a little bit of a David Ozio. So quiet and just so consistent. Are we looking for a extension cord plug, something?
All right, so we'll
You know,
switch
it's
back
interesting.
over.
Last year with, I'm sorry, go ahead.
So no, we'll just switch over to our other match. Restrepo and McCarthy. Give them some love here as we roll towards the end of game number 1.
Rocio just works so hard and practices so much and is so dedicated, just like many of these women are. She's a perfectionist. She's a mechanist. Things have to be just right where they are, or she has a different level of comfort, her comfort level. She works hard, very hard.
Well, for many of these players, this is the full-time job.
Yeah,
this is what
absolutely.
they do. They train all week, they practice, they travel, and then for a good portion of the field as well, they settled into real life careers when the tour was away from 03 to 15, and so they're doing a little bit of both. Erin McCarthy, for example, she's a nurse at home, so she goes home and she works most of the week, in the nursing field, and she's able to travel and bowl as well on the weekends, and a lot of them have very accommodating bosses and companies they work for because they understand how important it is to have this opportunity back, but at the same time they've committed to other careers as well. So trying to balance it, it's all part of it. It's all part of the mental the grueling part of the whole thing. It's not just physically bowling games every week. There's so much more to it.
Part of the overall learning experience and how to be out here on tour and what do you do? How do you travel? How do you eat? Where do you stay? How do you keep yourself in shape? What do you how should you hydrate? It's really become more than just participation sport. It's a high level technology based sport.
Well, the tour now a little bit different than days gone by. Back then they're bowling 20, 30 weeks a year, traveling right from one stop to the other, bowling all week long with pro-ams and qualifying and the longer formats. Nowadays, again, designed so that they can have other jobs and other things if they choose and still be able to compete over the 2 or 3 days of the weekends. Of course, the majors being a little bit longer, but they already were planning for those, as we always had the Queens and the U.S. Women's Open as part of the landscape, and now just expanding the actual tour to 14 events this year. So some of them coming up through the ranks. You mentioned junior gold already, collegiate bowling, having big decisions now. As they go through school, they get their degrees as a fallback, of course, for some of them, and give this a go. And we're seeing, a lot of those former collegiate players and, the junior team USAers working their way up, and they're finding success here early.
I think the beauty of it is, and just as we're looking on the opposite pair, Danielle McEwen, since 5 in a row now, she set up her 10th. But I think the beauty of the youth movement in bowling is that there was a gap of about 15 to 20 years where kids that were bowling in high school or coming out of college, they really didn't have that face to kind of relate to. Nothing against the Pete Webbers and the Norm Dukes and the Walter Rays. They're icons in their own and Hall of Famers. But there was really nobody that they could identify with, you know what I mean? And in this case, now if you're 20 years old and you're thinking about going to college or in college, you see that, Danielle McEwen, she's 23 years old, she's bowling on tour. On the men's side, you have Jesper Svensson, who won the Tournament of Champions at 20. Anthony Simonson wins it at 19. It bridges that gap now where young bowlers can see and relate to younger faces and say, hey, well, they're doing it, I can do that.
Well, and these
Before there
players,
was just that gap.
they totally understand, that they're now role models. They
Yeah.
go to these pro-ams, and for a lot of them, that's a pretty big highlight of the week, being able to, focus on the future of the sport. And Shannon Plahowski, perfect example, missed an event this year on the PWBA Tour because of her responsibility at a big youth event in Ohio. So very focused on the next generation, understanding, she was there to serve as a role model as well as the general manager of the bowling center that event was in, and felt that was as rewarding as having bowled that week and found success on the lane. So,
In case of giving back.
Of course, and they understand, there's opportunities now that they didn't have 10 years ago. They want to make sure that they support it now, and they help filter in the next generation.
And continue to have the sport grow, which is their ultimate goal. Rocio here, working on a strike, set up into the 10th, gets the first ball on 10th.
Rocio already with one TV show. We'll see her on the Las Vegas Open TV show.
Yes.
She battled her way through the group step ladder there, and she's trying to get through the elimination bracket here at the 2016 USBC Queens, getting off to a nice head start on McCarthy. McCarthy done with 195 game one. Rocio can still get to 245 here, and again, 3-game total pinfall.
Yeah, like you talked about earlier, you come out to a lead like that, you try not to get complacent, but if you're on the opposite end, as Aaron is at this point, you try not to panic. You just stay the course and try to see the motion of the ball, make sure that you're playing and comfortable with the area that you're playing, and then just keep trying to knock down as many as you can. 9 or better, throw in a string here or there, and try to close the gap. If you panic, it just complicates things for them. Danielle's working on a 5-bagger over there on a 23 and 24. First ball in the 10th. 6 in a row.
Danielle's been solid all day. Again, ran into a buzzsaw in Diana Z there, but that's the nature of this event. So you can go to a pair and you can shoot 700 and lose, and you can see the pair next to you, somebody shooting 550 and winning. Again, they're only bowling against the bowlers on that pair, so it's what that pair of lanes gives you. All you have to do is beat your opponent. And if you look around and you see that your score would have beat everybody else in the house, certainly discouraging, but again, they understand the nature of the event, and they move on. And Danielle's been striking ever since.
It's interesting talking about Danielle McEwen last year at the Women's U.S. Open. As you look through the course of the week this week, of course, Brigitte from Poplar from Germany had dominated through qualifying. But fact of the matter is that once qualifying is over with, everything resets, and you really there is no bonus points or anything other than you're throwing the ball well during qualifying. But last year during the U.S. Open, Danielle had led the first day and then gave up the lead the second day to Shannon O'Keefe, and Danielle was quite beside herself. And I found this out, and I went over and talked to her, and I said, look, sure, everybody likes to be in a lead. I said, but you can't. It's Tuesday. You're not going to win the tournament today. Nobody's going to win the tournament today. You're not going to win it today. You're not going to win it tomorrow. You're not going to win it Friday. You're not going to win it Saturday. The goal is just to make sure that you keep yourself in the race. Shannon didn't get 150 bonus spins because she took over the lead. Okay, you don't have to lead to win the tournament because it doesn't necessarily translate to making the show. So it's kind of a thing that we have. And I told her, have you ever heard of Kenyan runners? And she said, no. I said, well, with Kenyan runners, when they run marathons, they just kind of hang back and pace themselves. And then halfway through the race, they kind of make their move. And they win because they've stored up all this energy that all the other runners have used to try and stay in the race. That's why they're so successful at it. And I said then, once you get past the 20-mile mark, they just shift another gear and they make their move. But they're saving all that energy and wear by just pacing themselves until it really counts. So you really have to make that move. So while it's nice to lead qualifying in any tournament, when it comes down to match play, it just resets and it really doesn't matter at that point.
Well, right now in our 2 matches, McEwen is not taking that approach.
No.
She has come out very quick out of the gates here, 266 to 178 over Sutphin, leading by almost 100 there. And Rocio Restrepo on our other pair, 232. Aaron McCarthy, 195. And then one pair down, the Hall of Famer Tish Johnson, kind of backed against the wall again, using all the cliches that we can here in this broadcast. She's down 106 pins after one game, 234 to 128 to Brenda Padilla. But again, it could be such a seesaw, and so far not looking like that here in game 2 either. But Tish has been around long enough to be able to fight through it. She just finished second at the USBC Senior Queens for the 4th consecutive year. And she keeps putting herself in position to win at all of the senior events, and came up a little bit short, but once again to Robin Romeo, the Hall of Famer. Third consecutive win for her. And I know last year when she won in Green Bay, she cried some tears for Tish. She was very emotional, not only about winning back-to-back, but the fact that Tish gets there and really deserves to have that success and just keeps coming up short. And so it's kind of mixed emotions for Robin, and I wasn't there this year to see the finals, but I imagine a similar feeling.
Yeah, I know that last year at that time Tish was dealing with a leg problem, and don't know how much that factored in. But you're right. But you finished second 4 times in a row, bowling for the title 4 times in a row. It's pretty impressive. Walter Williams Jr. leads the most seconds ever, and the more you finish second, the more chances you had to win a title. So not too bad.
All right. Well, here's McEwen. Trying not to give Katie Sutphin any opportunity here to make up any of those pins. And 2 for 2 for Danielle. She'll sit back down. Again, not going to watch Katie. Still going to take some notes on what's happening out there personally, but not worried about her opponent one bit here. And our other pair, Erin McCarthy, she is down 37 after 1. Starts with a double, so we're going to pick up a few pins here. Try to get some momentum. Looking for 3 in a row. She didn't like it. Asks to push and leaves the 9 pin. So still plenty of time left. In her last match, she led game 1 by 21 pins and kind of lost her look in game 2 and really had to have that come from behind 250 game in game 3 to sneak it out. So it is a roller coaster. It's about keeping your head in it and not letting the bad shots get to you. But speaking of bad shots, the main reason that you are here to join us today.
Speaking of bad shots, okay.
We have the Ultimate Products working with the PWBA announced today that the first player to convert, it says nearly impossible 7-10 split. I probably would agree. It's relatively difficult. But
it's
that
not
is
the most difficult, though, statistically. Slate.com, Ben did a report last year about that. But in terms of on television, nearly impossible.
So almost a handful of times has been picked up on television. And now, for this season, in the stepladder finals, the first player to convert the 7-10 split on a PWBA telecast will earn a $100,000 bonus, compliments of Ultimate Bowling Products. First off, tell us a little bit about Ultimate Bowling Products and then about this awesome promotion.
Well, we Ultimate has been around since 1992, back when Bill Martin owned it originally and then sold it, and a couple of gentlemen owned it for a couple of years in that time, and then Roger bought it almost 3 years ago. Roger Burnett, our CEO. We're a full-service company in terms of pro shop side, and got into grips back in December. We now have inserts, and of course we've been in slugs for 20 years. So everything from grips to slugs to ball plug, cleaners, polishes, all the way down to layout equipment and shaping equipment. We essentially have all of that. And things have been going really well. I joined the company back in February, and we're really just getting started, if you will. We really haven't put a full court press on at this point. Bowl Expo is going to be trip to 10. Bowl Expo is going to be a big day for us. We have a couple of major announcements that we'll unveil at Bowl Expo, and that's really when our race begins. So we're pretty excited about that. In terms of the 7-10 Ultimate Spare, we did that with the PBA, and then we sat down as a team and we said, women's bowling is really vital to the longevity of our sport. And Rocio just converted the 3-7-10. Excuse me, the 2-7-10. But at any rate, so we decided that because women's bowling is so important to our sport, that we wanted to make it just as fair and have that same opportunity for the female bowlers out here on tour to possibly win the $100,000, just like the guys had the opportunity on the PBA tour. You and I were talking earlier about a statistic that I had read last year, that in a survey that the BPAA had done, that 49% of the women or the bowlers that were polled, 49% are women. And so that speaks volumes. we're committed to that as well. What's the matter?
Well, McEwen was definitely giving that some practice earlier today. We mentioned in her match against Diana, back-to-back 7-10s. Ultimately, cost her that match, I believe. And, they were 4 pins apart going into the last game. And so she had 2 opportunities there to get a feel for the 7-10. And I'm sure not what she was thinking at the time. But
No.
To do that on TV, 100 grand. How about that conversion from Erin McCarthy? How much is that worth?
Well, at this point, 10 pins, but huge in the match. He just converted the 210. But no, we're pretty excited about that. We're excited to be part of the PWBA tour, and it's our goal is to help the tour go past that. What's the problem? I don't. We got sideline chatter going on here. At any rate, back to the action. Are we good, Captain?
All right, we're back in business here. Just getting some sideline advice from the A team over here, Aaron Smith and
Which
Jason
was?
Thomas.
What was the?
I just want to make sure that we're
Talking
capturing
about
all these highlights, of course. So we're talking about the Ultimate Bowling Products 710 split $100,000, and we're getting splits made left and right here. And certainly at this point in time, especially for McCarthy down 37 pins coming into this game, crucial split making. However, Rocio doing equally well. But I think if it was up to them, they would stop leaving those pretty quickly.
Exactly.
But here's Rocio. She's perfect on this lane. 2 for 2 already this game, and 3 for 3. So the left lane maybe getting a little bit tricky. We saw that earlier in some of our matches, and for this round, not on the fresh lane condition, so we already had 1 match come through here. But again, the benefit of this event is that it's you and your opponent on this same pair of lanes. You don't have to worry about what anybody else is doing on any other pair. Except right now, we're going to see what Danielle McEwen is doing on 23 and 4. She had the front 4, rings the 10 pin. But still well ahead in this match. 266-178 in the opening game. And so she is cruising here halfway through game number 2 as well. Sutphin just can't get anything going, can't double. Go back to Rocio, see if she can double up here. And she does. Terrific shot. We mentioned earlier just the commitment of some of these players. And Rocio, if you follow her on social media, if she's not practicing, she's at the gym. If she's not at the gym, she's eating healthy, and it really absolutely shows. And some of these days can get very long and grueling. And I guess Jason Thomas was looking for her earlier to chat with her, maybe on video. She was running up and down the stairs to stay loose and warm for the next match. So this is the real deal.
I was running up and down the escalator. She's committed. There's no doubt about it.
The real deal. This is a full-time job for her, and they are considering themselves absolutely athletes.
And they are. They absolutely are athletes.
Aaron Smith just giving me a hard time here next to the booth, working on today's news release and listening to our fine, witty commentary. And
it's been a long day, man.
It's kind of like Mystery Science Livestream 3000 over here. Aaron Smith giving his own commentary to our commentary. So
yeah, don't you have a press release to write or something? I mean,
always entertaining. And it's not even a long day today. We've only been here.
He got here at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, no problem. Now for these players, a super long day. 3 game matches. And we started things off at 9 a.m. And for these folks in the elimination bracket, of course, a much longer path to the TV show. But well worth it if you can get there. And right now, take a look at Sutphin trying to get there, But just, again, unable to throw a double here in Game 2 after the 178 start.
If we had a truck and we could go back and roll past footage, I'm telling you, if we could put up David Ozio and with Katie, it's almost identical and set up to the approach work, to the release. It's kind of uncanny. Throws it so well. Rocio with another strike.
If I was going to emulate anybody right now, I think it might be Rocio. She's
absolutely.
One of the, I want to say, hottest players on tour this last couple of weeks, and in a sense that she is always a threat to make the TV show. Already has one, just missed the stepladder at the Sacramento event, but committed to her craft now and looking to get on TV for this major championship as well. $20,000, the top prize, and of course the coveted Queen's tiara. And to say you are a major champion on the PWBA tour, that's a pretty fantastic thing. Last year, Erin McCarthy got awfully close, came up a little bit short, and I imagine that only makes her want it more. And Rocio,
Looks like she's threw that just a hair harder than she has been, and it just kind of scared on her.
three-bagger ends with a 5 count. So gives up a few sticks there. McCarthy
She
working on a
converted this
three-bagger.
once already earlier in the first game, did she not? Am I thinking correctly here, Matt? I think she already picked this up once earlier. I may be wrong, but I believe in the first game she did.
Well as she's been throwing it today, say she hasn't had many opportunities.
No.
And she gets 2. McCarthy's going to step up and try to close this gap a little bit. McCarthy down to 37 coming into this game. Let's take a quick look at McEwen. She's 5 out of 6 here in Game 2. Adds another one.
I just don't know anybody that's been throwing it better than she has the last 6 or 7 months. You know, once the Tour Championship was over, then at the Fall Classic, and then moving on through the rest of the year at the other events, and getting off to she won over in the Middle East.
Picked up a couple gold medals with Team USA as well at the
She
World
did,
Women's Championships, and just been a phenomenal year.
Liz Johnson throws a 300 to win the team gold. Pretty cool. Danielle was part of that. A little high, but she gets to go.
We talked earlier, just looking across the first round of match play, and I think just about every player has one or two pretty compelling storylines. So the opportunity to see some different faces on TV. We only had 2 players with repeat performances or repeat TV shows this year. Shani Bluchowski and Wei Fen Nu from Singapore. So other than that, all brand new faces on each show. So looking forward to showcasing 10 or 11 of our top players there, and of course 5 more going to be added to the mix here at the Queens this week, and that will be live on CBS Sports Network on Thursday, 8 p.m. Eastern. But right now, you get the real deal here on Extra Frame. Matt Kinizar and Dave Cross from Ultimate Bowling Products.
I think just what you're talking about in terms of the stepladder finalists, that just speaks to where the sport's going. All the new faces. Erin McCarthy is up on 27, working off a spare. Going into the 9th, try to set up for the 10th. There she strikes. Well, Matt, you've been around a while now, watching this event year after year after year, except for in 2014 there wasn't a Queens, correct? Is that right? 2014, or was there a Queens in 2014?
We were in Reno in 2014, and Maria Jose Rodriguez was our winner.
Was there a year when there wasn't one? And what am I thinking of?
The U.S. Women's Open
was it
took
the US Open?
took a brief hiatus there. We had the
Okay.
BWAA All-Star. I believe that was the same year, 2014. Just a year to regroup.
Yeah,
And right before
Bluchowski won that year.
Pulhowski won that. and then regrouped for the PWBA tour to come back in 2015.
But in your time of all the years in watching this, what is it that stands out to you about women's bowling amongst other female participated sports at this level, if anything? What is it that catches your eye the most in the total work, the total body of work in this sport?
Well, I think just the commitment from the ladies, especially in that window of time where there was no professional tour, just how good and how strong they continue to be. Even with only a few major events each year, they are out there challenging themselves on the PBA tour, the PBA regionals, in college bowling, and as they're growing up, the McEwens of the world, where pretty much all they know is these sport patterns. They grow up in high school bowling, college bowling. That's all they bowl on is tough stuff. So they're already pretty great shot makers. They're great at filling frames with their spares. But the fact that they were so committed and so talented while there wasn't a tour, and then coming in last year with the 2015 rookie class, and just the players coming right out of college, plus the ones who were hanging around all the time, doing other things but still staying strong, and then of course the Hall of Famers who found their way back out here, and they're ready to live the dream again. But the fact that even without a professional tour and only a couple events 4 or 5 months apart, that they are this strong and this talented, and the fields are so deep that it could be any one of 70 players in the top 32 every week, and everyone has a great story, and they're great people, and the fans love it, and just how committed they are to the whole thing is pretty inspiring. And Rocio trying to inspire some folks there with the double and the 10th. So she came into this game up 37, and McCarthy closing that gap here. So it's going to be a pretty exciting game 3 over here, and Rocio can get to 209. McCarthy still at 245, so they'll be just about even going into the third game should they both strike out here. In our other match, however, McEwen rolling against Katie Sudfin. So Danielle with a spare here will be in the 240s. Best Katie can do is 218, so she'll fall another 30 pins behind. They'll be about 100 pins apart going into the last game.
Tough road to hoe, but you never know.
So yeah, mathematically pretty challenging.
Yeah.
Especially if she doesn't double here in the 10th. But maybe an opportunity for Danielle to try a few things. They'll be back on the lanes tomorrow morning, bright and early, 9 a.m. start time.
Actually been great matches all day, starting from 9 o'clock from the get. There's been some really close matches and some great bowling, spare conversions. With a strike here, Danielle will take it to 247. Rocio does strike out in the 10th for 209. Aaron looking for a double here in the first ball in the 10th. The upper hand pretty clean. Buries it.
So we've got 8 matches going on right now in our elimination bracket. 8 of those players will
strikes on the fill.
Will be headed home after this round.
That's the reality of it. It's a long week of work, and it all comes down to just one match. But that's what makes it the Queens.
Well, looking at our winners bracket, our number 1 seed, Birgit Poplar from Germany. She led the entire week, and she is undefeated so far through 3 matches. One of those wins against Katie Sudfin. So she will meet tomorrow morning.
When's the last time, if any time, that somebody has gone wire to wire? You know?
I am
Could
fairly
we see that this
confident
week?
Diana Zavialova in 2013 was our
Wire to
number
wire?
1 seed. For sure coming into match play to the TV show. We'll have to definitely do some research to see if anybody. I want to say Shayna Ung led that year in qualifying. So it's just an interesting format in that way. That the challenge, of course, of qualifying. The format has changed in recent years. It's only been 3 years that everybody has bowled 15 games. Before that, it was 10 games and cut to the top 25%. Well, 5 more games. So definitely has changed over the years a little bit. But now, very good storylines in our undefeated players. Good international representation. 6 of the 8 actually are international. Popular from Germany. Weifen New from Singapore already has 2 shows out of 3, so just missed on the 3rd one. Undefeated. They'll take each other on tomorrow morning. Stephanie Johnson nearly didn't even make the cut.
I tell you what, she's one of our staffers, and she had to have a really big block last night, and she answered the bell. Came out, I think she was 131 pins over for the block. Bowled really well today. Actually had a roll off in one of her matches that she ended up winning. Down here it was close. Just resilient. Yeah, you're right. She almost didn't make it.
Yeah, she had 2 big games to finish qualifying. Jumped to the 53 position, and then 2-0, 3-0 today. Undefeated. She'll take on Sweden's Sandra Andersson tomorrow morning. And on the other side of the bracket, I mentioned Zavialova with the win over McEwen. Went on to beat Rosalind as well. And she'll take on Singapore's Bernice Lim tomorrow morning.
She throws it really good.
Singapore.
You know, Sandra Anderson is a professional bowler and a professional makeup artist. Did you know that? Yeah.
See, storylines everywhere you turn.
Yep.
And then our final match, Sin Lee Jane
Yes.
from
It is Sin Lee Jane, Kathy Watka, I told you.
from Malaysia, I believe.
She is from Malaysia.
And then Robin Renslow from Vanderbilt. So,
Vandy girl.
some new faces there in our winners bracket, all undefeated and just a couple wins away from locking up spots on the TV show. But right now, here at the 2016 Queens at the Orleans Bowling Center, all about the contenders left in our elimination bracket.
And McCarthy did punch out the 10th to go 245, so that match has got a 3-pin difference going into the last game. Aaron starts off with a light mixer and leaves the 2-pin.
Emil did let us know that McCarthy led the first round of this week's qualifying, and then Poplar took over in round 2 and went on to lead round 3 as well. So there will be no
wire to wire.
Wire to wire.
Leave it to the new guy to find that stat.
But for the number 1 seed coming into match play to go undefeated is still a tough challenge. I mean, you're obviously the one to beat. And McCarthy with the spare. So again, 3 pins separating these 2 players. Restrepo 441 and McCarthy 438. Got back in it. It's a roller coaster. It is. And so we'll have an exciting conclusion here, but we don't want to forget about our other 2 players. They are separated by 137 pins. So it is pretty likely.
Yeah.
Pretty likely it's going to be McEwen over Katie Sutphin here. McEwen at 513 after 2. Sutphin at 376.
McCarthy with a strike in the second. This is going to be fun to watch right here.
So we'll get one more look at McEwen here as she rolls along, but then we'll turn 70% of our attention over to McCarthy and Restrepo, because you know Danielle's going to throw a whole bunch of strikes, and she's relatively safe over here. So people like drama, and we've got a little bit here on 27 and 28 here at the Orleans Bowling Center. Restrepo leaves the 10-pin. Rocio sent to the elimination bracket by Weifen New. 7:04, 6:57. So Rocio bowling well all day long, but just
Finn.
ran
Where's
into.
Lucas Wiseman when you need him? Correction.
Rocio gets the 9-pin to go. McCarthy, an opportunity to double here and get the advantage in this match. In our other game, McEwen with an open frame. There's still plenty of room for her.
There's 60. How many lanes in the center? 80. And we got 2 ball reps just camped out in front of us here, blocking the vision here. Gotchel, Boomershine, talking golf.
There's McCarthy looking to double up and take the lead. And she does. Got 6 pins. Hit the 10-pin there. No chance that was standing. And our one match to the right, the Hall of Famer Tish Johnson. She's down about 172 pins after 2 games, 492 to 320. So it's been a long couple of weeks for her.
Yeah.
A lot of games getting to the title match of the Senior Queens and then coming right into qualifying here. And she's probably bowled about 70 or 80 games this week at least.
At least.
Plus all the practice in between. McCarthy, she was thinking about that 100 grand right there. 7 and the 10, the last ones to go. Folks, you're listening to Matt Canizaro and Dave Cross, and if any player, the first player to convert the 710 on one of our PWBA telecasts this week, that'll be worth $100,000.
Payable in 20 installments.
20 installments of Dave's salary.
Take more installments than that. Oh.
And Rocio
High.
goes high, leaves the 3-6-10. And falling behind early here in game 3. That was her good lane. And now she's got the left lane, but losing the right lane. So it's that's how fast it goes. Every time you throw a ball down there, oil moving around, and you gotta be able to recognize that, make the right moves, even guesses at times. So she's guessed right on the left and giving up the right lane now. Terrific spare shooter. They'll
Taking a re-rack.
keep her in it. Get a extra deep breath there. A couple moments to regroup.
Slow herself down.
Let's take a quick peek at McEwen then while we have the opportunity. She's down a few sticks here in game 3, but leading by 137 after 2. She's taking pretty good notes over there after each shot. She battles this 40-foot lane condition. Rocio perfect on the left lane still.
Yeah. Well, Aaron can take complete control, but certainly in the driver's seat with a strike here.
And one pair to our left, Rumemper and Brummett. It's like Tanya leading by 63 coming into the last game, looking pretty comfortable after 3 frames here.
Yeah, McCarthy with another strike, 4 in a row. This last match, or this last game of the match, is taking shape pretty quickly over here.
McCarthy was down 37 after 1.
She just kind of hangs around, doesn't she?
A little bit of a
Just
slow
hangs
starter.
around. Yeah, just hangs around and then, all right, here we go.
Well, now she's got the camera's on her 100%. So a perfect strategy to get the airtime here.
You know, she's nothing fancy, nothing complicated, just gets up there, lets it go, and very consistent, repeats very well.
And the flat dime there on 27. Nice big lead for her. She was down 3 coming into this game. Now up 29 as we get to the halfway point. Rocio working on a strike. Been struggling on the right lane to knock them all down. We'll see. Double here would be huge.
Could certainly keep her in the match.
When you've done this long enough, you've seen just about every crazy thing that can happen. Nothing crazy about McEwen right now. Working on now 4 in a row. Perhaps already thinking about tomorrow or dinner, one or the other.
Sushi. Well, you know, she did get a little quick in the 3rd frame there with the 7 count, but then slowed everything down. Ball reads the lane very well. It's really surprising, that match, because Katie does throw it so well also. Just Danielle got off to a pretty large lead from the get.
Say when your opponent goes 260, 240, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Tipped her
so
cap.
At that point, it's not about trying to throw it better. It's just that's just a terrific performance, and even then, at that point, maybe you're trying some different things. You're moving around, messing around a little bit, trying to keep up, keep the pace, and Restrepo
Trips out the 2.
rolls the 2 for 3 in a row. So she got the right lane, and now we've got ourselves a match once again.
You were talking earlier about how some of the younger athletes out here have literally grown up with the sports shots over the years. That's all they've known. I think it's pretty impressive when you look at the veterans that bowled deep into the week this week, who really didn't have to bowl on that kind of condition.
Certainly a different world at a different time,
But just a credit to their overall abilities of the veterans, that they were success and the Hall of Famers they became 20 years ago, and they're out here still competing. Tish Johnson, Leanne Barrett, of course, Leanne Hulsenberg now. You saw Anne-Marie Dugan, Carolyn Giannotti. I mean, the list goes on, and they've adapted to the game, and it's pretty cool to see. Aaron with the
that washout, not cool to see. Giving up some count there.
it's the 3rd time on that pair, except for missing a pin in this case. Oh, she converts it.
Well, she picks it up and needed every bit of it. That's how quickly these things can turn. She was down 3 pins coming into this final game.
It looked like she had pretty good control of the match, complete control going into the 6th. Now Rocio's on a 3-bagger, kind of just lurking around. Sometimes it just comes down to whoever makes the first mistake. McEwen, another strike. And it does look like Tish's tournament is going to come to an end here in a ball. McCarthy buries it, striking the 8th.
All right, McCarthy still can get to 255. Rocio can get to 260.
Well, right now, Rocio has very little room for error, I would say. If you go up the sheet, put a little pressure on Aaron. Anything less than perfection, probably in the next 5 frames, would make it a little difficult.
Well, Aaron's going to finish first. Rocio will have to get up in the 10th. She goes light there, leaves the 2-pin. Spare here. It'll be a 6-pin advantage this game for McCarthy. Rocio was up 3 coming in, so it'll be a 3-pin lead for McCarthy.
Could we be, with the way today's gone, could we be looking at a tie here?
We've seen a couple roll-offs, and we even saw one go to 2 shots. So
Blahowski's, I believe, went to 2 shots, did not?
should there be a tie? 1-ball roll-off? Should they tie again? Another ball?
Needed it and buried it. Sets herself up nicely going into the 10th. And finished at 239.
It's all in McCarthy's hands now. She can end this right now. She can get to 255.
The biggest shot of the day for Aaron McCarthy right here. Cecil will get out of your way, you could actually see it.
McCarthy taking some extra time here, getting her head right.
That looks good. Oh, checks up. 3-6-10.
Looked a little bit slow.
It did. It's funny you mentioned that because she had not taken that little bit of extra time at all so far. I wonder if it just slowed her momentum down a little bit with her feet.
So 235 max score for McCarthy. That gives Rocio a chance. Huge spare here though, and definitely not a gimme.
We've seen it chopped a couple times today. Covered.
All right, so she can put the pressure on Rocio. McEwen wrapping things up there.
Yeah, McEwen wins 233-220 over Sutphin, and
Yes.
Danielle will advance to tomorrow morning.
746, 596. Danielle moves on. Katie's week has come to an end. Great Bull and Katie.
McCarthy off her hand, buries it.
Big shot there for the Team USA member.
2 more for 235, and then it's down to Rocio. Match to our right over there, Tish is officially eliminated. Great run, though, for a Hall of Famer. Quite the crowd. If you could take a look behind us, there's 100 so people crowded around watching.
A big match here. Even at this point, McCarthy has essentially forced Restrepo to get the first one in the 10th. The question is now, will she need a double?
That's a
That
little
was wide right. 2-8-10.
Well, Restrepo has a chance. This is not over.
Remember, Restrepo with a 3-pin advantage coming in. Looks like we have an exciting match down on 15 and 16. Blahowski leading by 8 pins according to Aaron Smith. Trying to stay alive here, the 2006 Queens champion.
It's really been close for Blahowski in every match today. Really has. She's been resilient and just keeps moving on. See what happens.
All right, Restrepo, she will need the first hit in the 10th.
Tale of 2 stories there. On the right, she took a little time, went a little slow. Left lane, a little extra. Didn't get it to corner. May end up being the shot that defines her week.
Well, this shot right here for Restrepo. 10, she can move on. Anything less, her week is done.
She tugged that a little bit. And buries.
Holds. She is a very passionate, emotional player. She lets out a yell there. She's been bowling long enough to know the math.
She worked so hard. It's just the emotions of all the days of training, and I feel bad for Erin McCarthy. She's bold.
Well, I mean, that's the moment.
Well,
That's the moment you want. Step up in the 10th and have a chance to win it, to advance, and she delivers.
yeah, you certainly like it when it's in your hands. You know, you don't have to sit on the bench and wait. See what's going to happen. You control it. McCarthy not looking.
Another terrific shot.
Staring them down.
Some fire from Rocio. So she'll be in the 230s. She will eliminate last year's runner-up, Erin McCarthy.
That's the part about the tournament that stinks.
That's sports, sir. So
Exactly.
somebody has to win. Somebody has to get ready for next week. Rocio and McEwen will do battle bright and early
Boy, that
tomorrow.
should be a good one.
9 a.m. here in Las
Rocio
Vegas.
steps up, buries the last 4. What's going on down there with the Blahowski match? Jason.
Over here, Restrepo, 680, 662 over McCarthy.
Trying to get an update on the Blahowski-Kulik match. Kulik has thrown the ball extremely well all week. The entire crowd has moved to that pair.
Well, that's the last pair in
That's the
action
last
here.
one going. What's the story there? Do we have an update?
Plahowski. Was leading by 18 coming into game 3. Shoots 215. Aaron Smith says Kelly has won.
Is that official, Aaron? Did you use the calculator to make sure?
Keep it on the lane. Kulik is the winner.
Keep it on the lane. Okay.
Nothing but strikes from here. Two future Hall of Famers battling it out
without question.
to stay alive. Expect nothing less.
If Shannon Plahowski bowls long enough and everything lines up right, I could see her being mentioned in the greats of the lefties, Lita Sill and others. It's just a matter of whether or not the tour continues long enough for her. I think Alita had 32 titles, something like that. Does that sound right? How do you not know this? Get Aaron in here.
Well, don't forget, we're just getting back into this little PWBA thing, so we got
You're not
to
old,
study
you're
up.
not old like I am. Is that what you're saying? Okay.
So Lisa Wagner up in the 30s there.
30.
Leanne Hulsenberg in the high 20s, not far behind.
27, including 2 majors. She threw it really well this week, too. Leanne threw it just as every bit as good as she did 20 years ago this week. Kulik advances.
Kulik 678, Plahowski 653.
Wow.
According to the fine math skills of Aaron Smith, there it is. A look. Thanks to Emil Williams Jr. We got the whole team going here. Full team effort here on Extra Frame at the USBC Queens.
Well, thanks for having us. Thanks for
appreciate
putting
it.
up with the candor and sarcasm. It's going to be. It's been a great tournament. If you're not, if you know people that are out there that aren't watching and their friends tell them they need to subscribe, they need to tune in, they need to watch starting tomorrow to watch the best bowlers in the world.
All right, well, there you have it. A very compelling argument from Dave Cross of Ultimate Bowling Products, here to talk about the 710 Split Challenge. $100,000 bonus to the first player who converts to 710 on a PWBA broadcast. We'll have 4 shows taped this Thursday, 1 live. So we're looking forward to that.
UltimateBowling.com. If you haven't tried our grips, stop into your local pro shop and ask for them. Tell them that you want to test drive them. And again, we appreciate everything that you guys do, the whole team. Week's halfway over. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch the rest of it.
All right, there you have it. Dave Cross, Ultimate Bowling Products. This is Matt Canizaro. We've had a great day here on Extra Frame. We'll be back at it tomorrow at noon Eastern as both brackets back underway. The winners undefeated, trying to roll their way to the TV show. Elimination bracket, always exciting, just as we saw there. Kelly Kulik rolling past Shannon Plahowski. Restrepo with the big shot in the 10th frame to get past Aaron McCarthy, last year's runner-up. We'll have more great storylines tomorrow. And we're looking forward to having that all for you here on Extra Frame. We do appreciate everybody tuning in. Tell your friends. Join us again tomorrow if you want to see a recap of today's action. You can find that on pwba.com or bowl.com. Full standings, news, notes, and more. And don't forget to find us on social media, the official PWBA and USBC Facebook pages, as well as on Twitter. All the players out there as well. So we look forward to your support and seeing you again here tomorrow. That's the news for now, folks. We'll see you on the lanes. Thanks for joining us.